Hello, my lovelies. It's Vulpus Tumultum, and I'm back with a little more Clanfolk today. I was taking a bit of a break from it. I have to admit, I did start to feel just a little bit of grind with it, and needed a break because we have dealt with quite a bit, and now are just trying to grow the clan and see how big we can make our little village and clan home and stuff like that. Um, I mean, we still could get hit by a bad winter or something, but for the most part, we're keeping ahead of the food issue and just yeah, seeing what can be done here. We're in fall. No longer planting anything, but we've got some harvesting to do, hopefully before winter hits. Uh, I could rearrange a few things a little bit more. We want to have stuff hit, but I mean, tool racks are being used. The poop holes are not really, because we've got the walls up, the poop holes aren't really doing the fertilization thing, but still, we've got the poop holes for emergencies, and then we have the actual toilets going on. Our nice luxurious barracks. There was an update recently that made fires give more heat. So, we may not need all of the fireplaces anymore, which would honestly be great if we didn't need to do that all the time. So yeah, we're doing okay. We're starting to build like these roads or paths that we want through the countryside. Every spring and summer, we've been planting a few more trees to make up for all the trees that we've been chopping down, so that we have wood in the wintertime. Speaking of which, I'm gonna just chop down a few more trees, I think. Uh, but I mean, the bonus to cutting down all the trees we've cut down is, look at all these mushrooms, jeez. Our weavers are... Oh, right, they also added... you can also just make ash now. The dev added it so we can make wood ash as we need to for tanning and curing wool or cleaning wool. So yeah, it's there were a few updates actually. Let me Clanfolk update, hotter fireplaces, wood ash recipe, better planting. Okay, so now it's going to give us feedback more when it's too late to plant. The musical beds issue is fixed, they say, and berry parades are fixed, which is when the Clanfolk would basically the Clanfolk would be like, oh, there's berries way across the map that are almost spoiled. Let's eat that instead of what's closer to us, kind of thing. So yeah, there's a few things. A better auto water gathering, auto burial is here too. So yeah, there's we got quite a bit of stuff going on, which is good. I think it's very good. I need to fix something here real quick. Quick. Sorry about that. Had to tweak something in my other monitor window. We still have just absolute tons of leather, so I'm not worried about making more right now. Tons of leather, tons of flax. Yeah, now it X's out when it's the wrong season for any of that stuff. And now it shows, okay, it's more obvious what you've got not allowed. So I'm happy with that. I'm very happy with that. The dev said a lot of people were saying that was a problem. Now, something I learned from watching other people play and getting feedback is the doctoring thing also needs to be at the top, because not only does it mean they doctor other people, but it means they take care of their own needs at that importance. So you'll have less people getting super unhappy, starving, dropping from exhaustion, etc. if you've got that pretty high up. Aren't you married to Bessie? Yeah, you are. Okay. All right, all right. And no more flax sheaves. That's okay, though. We don't really need. I do need a few more people. Oh, no, a lot of people have repair up high. Okay, yeah. I was like, do I only have a few people with repair high? But no, a lot of people have repair high. Which is needed for keeping the fireplaces lit. Can get rid of that flammable block right there. We don't need it. Now, are the turlets? Question. What is flammable in terms of the toilets and the bathtubs? Could I put a torch so that there is some more light in the bathrooms? Or would that just be, I mean, well... You know, some more light would be nice, but... clay pits for storing clay. Yeah, I did. Okay. Or clay bins, I should say. Oh. Well, they're still in transit, so. It will be a while. Whoops. Nope, that's not how you do it. I think we need more tool racks, apparently. Objects, storage. Yeah, let's get just a couple more tool racks going. We have a lot of tools. All right. Oh, trader. All right. What do you got for us? What do you want from us? Honestly, yes, I'm gonna sell some of this stuff because it's pretty ridiculous how much of some of this stuff we have. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. I want to exit menus and I keep hitting the escape button. Our dish rack with our clean plates right next to the dishwasher. Would you put those tools away? They're like going to deteriorate being just left out in the field like that. And while we are not hurting for money, before winter comes, let's just get a few people down there to mine that iron. Why not? Okay, we have got I want to make some bread and stuff, but it's the whole thing of um Butter churn dough table. There's no, I mean, there's no auto uh, reserve thing, which now that I've played some settlement survival, I kind of am in love with the idea of being able to set a reserve number of, you know, oat seeds that you do not use up, and you can just keep making stuff until you get to that point. um, Instead of having to individually always just say, okay, just make 3 bread, just make this, just make that. Now, actually, is the thermodynamics so? Is the problem with me not being able to keep stuff like colder longer and frozen longer in here during the summer and that? Is the problem maybe that I didn't make like an airlock kind of entry? That could be my problem. Oh. Okay. Make that fabric. Make those clothes. Good, good. Yeah, we like this. I'm still a little irritated that there's nothing to do with chicken eggs other than apparently, I mean, there are no recipes that require chicken eggs. mean, this is pretty nice. Right now, here in autumn, with nothing else to really do in terms of harvest, I mean, if we harvest these oats, we're not going to get a heck of a lot from them, but I think we might as well do it because they're going to vanish in the winter, right? And they're not really, well, I guess there would still be days for them to grow, but here we go, just dealing with it anyway. But yeah, there's no like boiled eggs or fried eggs as an option for food. Oh. Hey Ricky, how you doing? Having a little bit of latency or possibly just me not paying much attention right now. but thanks for joining me. Ah, okay. Just chuck your clothes on the floor. Not a big deal. Oh, baby grew up. What you got, baby? Oh, you hate cleaning. What do you want? Okay, you like hunting, so skills. Here's our latest. Oh, nope. Oh, well, I can move here. I'm gonna... But you're very good at farming. There, all that stuff. Yeah, it does. The dev was inspired by RimWorld, but this game doesn't have any of the combat and tower defense stuff of RimWorld. Um, and I don't know if eventually they might add like animal attacks and stuff, but right now it really is. Uh, it's early access, and right now the only thing you're fighting against is like the weather and starvation. Um, which it's actually pretty hard to survive the first winter in this game. I managed it with this playthrough, and at this point, I am 4 years in, and my clan is just growing because I've gotten it big enough that there's enough people to take care of all the tasks and stuff. Um, the dev is planning to add a few more challenges and stuff, but I haven't seen an actual really detailed roadmap, and that might just be because I haven't gone looking. But I still enjoy it. It's it's basically a much more chill sort of room world. Um, it's not even really as complex in some ways as like settlement survival or stuff. But it's basically a fictional Scottish Highlands clan in the Iron Ages or early medieval period. Um, it's almost a shame this game is so far in. Yeah, yeah, it is. Um, we're so far into this game actually that I have completely maxed out what tech tree there is so far. So I can't even show you how that's cool unless I started a new game real quick, which I could do if you were interested, honestly. Um, but one of the things that's super interesting and that I like is the way the tech tree is handled in this game is you don't have anyone sitting at a research bench researching things. It's basically you do things to unlock new things. Like you gather a lot of branches, and that lets you learn how to start actually chopping trees down. You chop down a few trees, that lets you learn how to make planks and make the timber and make planks. You learn how to do the planks, that unlocks new furniture. You also, the branches unlocks the charcoal burner, which then unlocks the kiln, which then unlocks the bloomery, which then unlocks the forge. And the bloomery unlocks the smithy, which unlocks various tools and stuff. Um, so you don't have anyone who's just sitting there at a research table trying to do stuff, and you don't worry about like research points or tech points. It's just, you do a thing, and if you do the thing often enough, you might learn a new thing. Um, but yeah, this is a very mature settlement for the game, and so I have kind of, this game has kind of milked for what there is. Yes, yeah. Um, I really don't need these. Sell off some of our baby animals and chickens and stuff because we're going to have plenty more where those came from. Um, I don't really need to buy any of that. Don't really need to buy any of that. I think good asking him to leave. Um, I do quite like the graphics. I mean, they are a little world-esque, but there's certain details put into stuff that's kind of unique and oh, have another trader. Okay. Yeah, let's just go ahead and buy a few berries and some ash from you. And I'll sell you some cheese. I'll sell you some butter. Do let me know, Ricky, if you want me to just start a real quick new game to just show you how the game start is and stuff, if you're curious about that. I would be happy to. Um, let's see what we got going on here. Another trader. Slice some of that. Do I want to actually buy the fish? Okay, nah, we'll just... Okay, let me, save. All right, main menu. It doesn't take long to like generate a world or anything like that with this game. It's not quite as in-depth as RimWorld or Dwarf Fortress or anything like that. Yet, at least. I don't know. I think the dev has some pretty big dreams for it. I always like to up my wildlife a bit and the forest a bit just to make the game easier on me. Actually, let's just do the wildlife up by 1, forest up by 1, grassland up by 1. I'm going to turn the lakes down by 1 for giggles and turn up the mountains. Oh, this is a pretty, yeah, this looks like a pretty nice map. So when you're building your clan, you have various options of some pre-made ones, which is like the fresh start, which is the easiest of the pre-builts, where you have 2 seniors, 2 adults, two juveniles, and a baby. And then there's the shepherd one, which is you just have a married couple and a baby, but they have a lot more animals. The orphans is the hardest of the pre-built starts, because you just have 3 kids and some chickens and some money, and you can buy more stuff here with the money. Which you also use the money to buy rerolls and add new clan members or do whatever you want to do there. The reason the one with all these kids is harder than the one with just 2 adults is kids can do less work. So yeah, if you've just got children, it's a much harder start. But you, like I said, you can do things like you can, well, we don't have enough points here to buy a new person. But if you want to do custom, you basically have 2,000 coins or points to start with. And then you would like, we'll add two of them, and then we'll age them up to adult. And then, yeah, let's have them both get married. And then they can each have a kid. And then let's age them up again. And they each have a baby. And then we don't have any points for food or animals or anything. So yeah, it's basically there's to a limit you can customize and make it easier on yourself or harder on yourself. Let's okay, we'll go with them. I'm gonna give them some chickens. And you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and do a few less sheep so they start with a female cow as well. Okay. So yeah, when you start out, you basically only know super basic gathering stuff. You don't have any of the, you basically can gather things, and then, like I said, once you've gathered some things, you learn how to do some other things. So I do want to just see where the iron is on this map, if there is any iron on this map. Okay, there's iron over here. Whoop. Right, that looks like that's the only visible iron on the map. Oh no, there's a little bit way over there too. So first thing it wants you to do is give them a place to like wash their hands. and give them some places to just drink from the lake, basically. It's perfectly safe to just drink from the lake. They also want just some spots to sleep on the ground. Whoops. Yeah, and then yeah, and then it's just a case of, okay, let's gather some branches. Let's gather some berries and start gathering some stones. And see, gathering stones, we unlocked a stockpile and a crafting area. Which I'm gonna put the stockpile right there. And objects, crafting, we have the crafting area. One thing you cannot do in this game is you can't actually like click on a person and direct that specific person to do a thing like you can in RimWorld. All you can do is raise the priority on an item or make it a priority boost, and then somebody who's got the right skill set will go take care of it. So it's a lot more hands off. I mean, it's a lot more direct hands off. You have to sort of just sort out priorities and plans like that. But we unlocked the work spot, which lets us make some stone scythes. Making a stone scythe lets you learn how to clear grass. This is a pretty difficult start just because you only have the 2 people who can do all your jobs. So you've got to... I gave them way too many jobs, basically. I'm going to have to cancel some of this stuff. Oh, yeah, a lot of people make that comment, that, oh, this is just like a medieval mod for RimWorld or something. It's pretty close in some ways. It's just, again, you don't have any of the violence inherent in the system, basically, to quote Monty Python. It's just, you know, I want to say very, you know, chill colony simulation, but in truth, depending on your difficulty of play, it can get very unchill when winter gets closer. It can get very frantic. Let me up my... I want you guys to carry all this food to there. Other streamers I know of who've played this game, Catherine of Sky put in a long play a while back, but since it was a while back, there's been a lot of changes since then to streamline things a little bit and new furniture and stuff added. Solid Content has done a little bit of streaming this game, or is doing a little bit of it, and then Avak is streaming a little bit of it. I actually caught his stream last night, which is what made me go, I haven't played it in a while. I want to play it today. Logistics will definitely bite you in the butt more in this game, I think, than in RimWorld if you're really not careful. Um, Also, in this game, childcare is an actual task that the adults or older kids have to do. So it will interrupt their work when you've got babies in the clan, because they have to take time to wash the baby, feed the baby, play with the baby, um, help the baby go poop, that sort of thing. Potty train the baby. Once you actually have potties. Right. Right. This one, because there are no enemies, the ways you grow your clan are through just making babies. And then later on, you unlock a way to get basically day laborers will come and work for you for money. You know, they want like 30 gold, 50 gold a day to work for you. And if they are working for you and you keep them happy while they work for you, like they've got good food, a nice warm place to sleep, and a little bit of leisure time and that sort of thing, then sometimes the worker will okay, see, we built this, which unlocks making straw, which unlocks making the eel trap. Um, which I'm going to make a couple of eel traps. I usually do play RimWorld with a mod that lets children happen. Although I don't play with the one that actually gives you helpless children. It's more of a case of um, they pop up by the time when they show up. They're actually of an age they can actually do some work, kind of deal. Which okay, we unlocked the eel traps. We built an eel trap that unlocked a cooking fire. Which I'm just going to put up here for now. You do have to worry a little bit about overfishing in this game. I'm not sure exactly how easy it is to overfish a pond, which is why I tend to be very cautious. So that I make sure that only so many, a maximum number of eels can be taken from each lake every day. Yeah, overfishing is a thing. I think also if you slaughter too many bunnies in an area, they will not respawn. You won't get more bunnies. So you have to be a little bit careful about how much you hunt. All right. There's now this flammable blocker that you want to build around things that throw off embers. Basically, yeah, it's pretty good. If you don't have an ember blocker, sometimes they'll drop flammable objects near the fire. And if they drop flammable objects near the fire, you start a fire, basically. So the auto blocker stops them from dropping flammable things there. You absolutely can still wind up having fire issues by building something too close to it, but yeah, like you gather enough of something and you'll get the special storage unit for the special type of storage for it. Okay, we unlocked roofs. Also, of course, when it rains, your fires will be put out, so you always want to roof over your fiery things. You use a lot of straw in this game. You cannot. I don't know if that will eventually be a thing or not. Right now, you really are just stuck on this map. This is one of those things where it is a very early access game. It's, in my opinion, basically, if you like this kind of game and you just want to do chill survival, you basically will get your money's worth of play already. You pay $15 for the game and you have fun for, 20 hours or something before you start waiting for another update, and to me, that kind of is worth it. You do get, later on, you unlock ways to invite traders that come to sell stuff and trade stuff. I was doing a little of that in my other game. This already has like the hospitality mod built in. You can invite people, travelers, to just stay with you. And right now already there is a reputation system that if you have people, if the traders leave happy because you did a lot of trading with them, if the guest or the day laborer leaves happy, you do get reputation with their clans. Just at the moment, that reputation doesn't seem to do anything other than make it more likely you'll get more visitors and more people taking up the invitations. I don't know if later on it'll also change trade prices or do anything else cool. I think if I'm remembering right, the guy said that this was never going to be like a combat game. Like there weren't going to be raids and stuff, but I might be misremembering. But I think that he said that he just wasn't planning to go that route, which I am personally fine with. I would like to be able to, oh, we got sickle. Oh, we already had the sickle. We need the hoe. Yeah, I would like to be able to explore a bit more of the world or something, but we're out of branches. Branches and straw are the two things that are just a headache to keep. Enough of. Fortunately, in like spring and summer and even autumn, you don't need to worry too much about your animals. They can just graze on if you've got a map that has decent grasslands near you, they'll graze on those grasses and drink at the ponds, and you don't have to. They prefer it if you get beds for them fast and a barn for them fast, but they're not gonna wither away or die or go wild or anything if you don't. When it comes to what jobs are going to get done, it depends on the priority listing of your what priority your various people have their jobs at. Um, that and then what priority you've set the job at. Like cooking, I have set to 10, which is highest priority. And then you can make an emergency priority thing by basically boosting it. Uh, okay, good. We have a hoe. That means we can dig the poop hole with the flavors text of I refuse to explain what this is. I find that very amusing. Um, your clan folk in this game aren't quite as picky as RimWorld people. They're not going to care that they don't have tables to eat at. In fact, there are no eating tables in the game. But they will care about having a warm place to sleep and dry place to sleep. So you're going to want to like give them a roof over their head and that sort of thing fairly early. Which is part of why when I'm playing this game, I often do start the house like over the mountain, right up against the mountain like this, because it means that I have a way to build just a roof. Okay, sure. You waking up over there, Void? Mert? Mert? Oh, what a big yawn. What a big yawn. Okay, we got us. Absolutely need all this clay gathered. Okay, come on. Do some more work, guys. There we go. I had to tweak priorities a little bit. somebody is playing their car stereo very loud outside, and I'm glad that the mic does not seem to be picking it up. Okay, stone pick. Let me actually. Everyone a little bit under a roof, if not fully under a roof. You know what? I'm going to just turn off that eel trap for now. I don't think we need all three of them going. We're running pretty far behind here. Yeah, it's unlocked the storage area for corpses. Um, you gotta be able to store the darn things. Get that thing going. Alright, see now we can make charcoal and wood ash. Which making those unlocks more things that we can make. I probably should have just gone with the easiest start so I could show you faster how this goes, but nope, I decided to go with the difficult one, so it's taken a while. Every season is 10 days, and yeah, you really need to get a lot done before winter. There is no cannibalism in this game. I am sure that eventually someone will make a mod that does that if there's modding ever. We're already out of branches again. Right. Okay, the kiln. That is... Okay, now we're unlocking these signs, and I'm going to make this a priority to do, even though we're not going to be accepting guests anytime soon. And that's because by unlocking this, by building this sign, we unlock the other more important signs. Yep, I've done that on multiple occasions. I don't always go dark in RimWorld, but I fairly often go dark in RimWorld. I don't know if my Blind Wardens series on this channel is going to continue anytime soon because my editor has been having some unfortunate health issues. And also because admittedly I'm discovering I really don't like going over my episodes to give him the notes for what needs to be edited. Because I'd much rather just be playing a game than going over a game that I've already played. But even in that one, it's good guys, but I gave them the ideology where they cut out their eyes. So yeah, I tend to go a little dark even when I'm not going villainous in RimWorld. I also do need to pick my monk game back up. I've been feeling a little bit like getting punchy again. They are not full cannibals, but they will partake in cannibalism and kind of like it. They just don't require it. But they enjoy raiding, and yeah, it's good times. Okay, see that sign I don't really care about, but the trader sign and the job board we really care about right now. Oh God, I really need you guys to cut down these trees. Yeah, with just 2 adults to do all the work, this is a very difficult way to start. Dude, I know you're very tired, but I need you to get up and work. We got no time for naps, man. We're over halfway through the summer and we haven't gotten jack shit ready for fall. Hmm. Like right now, also the only entertainment there isn't, like leisure activity there is in this game so far is you can make flutes that your adults or your adults and children can play. Which, if you actually have the music on, you can hear them playing them. But I tend to keep the music. I don't know. I don't actively like hearing music when I'm playing games for some reason. Um, Other than very rarely. Okay, here we go. Getting that last frickin' sign built. Well, nope, taking a break. Come on, speed up, game. I do like in this game that once everyone is asleep, it actually super speeds things up even faster so that the nights go by pretty quickly. I wish more of these games did that, to be honest. That, you know, as long as there's nothing awake on the map, it just zips through. Okay, we got our first traders coming in. That is a very good thing. And we have unlocked the log wall, which I might be using for building because it's very quick to build a log wall. In this game, kind of like how in RimWorld you do the always buy components, in this game, when you're first starting out, it's always buy straw. What do you buy? You know what? I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and sell off one of our rams so that we have a little more money. All right, what are you selling? Yeah, I'll buy some food and some wood from you. But see, as they leave the map here, we're getting little +1 reputations with them, which means that we're more likely to get more traders from their clans. That actually was a stroke of luck getting 3 traders so quick after building the trading sign. That is not a common thing. Gather clay. That's a lot of meetings, man. Well, I'm glad I can keep you company or entertained in between your meetings. However brief the time in between them may be. All right. Oh, I do need to up. Yeah. From what little I know, it's a little easier usually to work with actual engineers than with clients. For Most jobs. I only know all that secondhand though, because I've never had a job where I've had to work with engineers. I have, however, had customer service jobs, so I certainly know that clients and customers can be interesting, to put it diplomatically. Whoops, nib nib, I did not want to do that. I wanted rock wall. And a hay roof. There's not really anything like mental breaks in this game yet. They just mostly start working slower and slower and slower until they're not getting anything done, and then they starve to death because they haven't been getting anything done and winter comes. It's not as entertaining a game in that sense as like RimWorld. I don't know if more stuff like that is going to be added at some point. They do already have traits that can. He doesn't have any, but does she have a trait? She's afraid of the dark. Again, this game really is a much more kind of chill experience. Oh dear. Yeah, people do some pretty wild stuff in Oxygen Not Included. I own that game and I have tried playing it a few times, but man, it is so complex. It just, it kind of intimidates me, to be honest. Okay, we got some job seekers here. 44 a day to hire you. What are you good at? Yeah, we'll go ahead and hire you. 46 a day. I'm gonna just go ahead and hire both of them. Yeah, they are. I've watched a few of them. I have watched a few of his tutorials. Do I want to sell this cow? I like literally shelled out so much money to have this cow. I think I'm going to sell this cow. I spent so many starting points on that cow, and now I'm just going to get rid of the cow because I really, really need. All right, what do you have for trading? I will totally buy those and buy that. Okay. Now, right now, I hired 2 day laborers. They're not likely to stay with me very long or keep very happy just because of the fact that I do not have a nice warm bedroom. We do not have a whole lot of very good food. Uh, we're not quite the Jeff Bezos of Clanfolk employees, but we're not great. We're currently not great. Um, but hiring these 2 people means that I can get a lot more done for a little while until they do leave. Yeah, I might try Oxygen Not Included again sometime soon. Right now, for very confusing and slightly intimidating games, I started playing Amazing Cultivation Simulator, which, wow, that one is confusing me too. Yeah, it did, and I think I actually own the DLC even. I think a friend got me all of the DLC for it. I just haven't actually played it since some of that DLC came out. Uh, okay. Right, right. I need one of you. I just didn't want you there. I'll build you there for now. Yeah, I've seen some pretty wild stuff. Oni was a game that I watched a lot of people stream for a while, including Cryptic. Um, Although I actually started watching Cryptic when he wasn't doing quite so much Oni, but I've seen him go back to it once or twice. Oh wow. Yeah, one of I probably should watch more Oni. I know that one of my favorite things to watch is I love watching people play Dwarf Fortress, uh, which lets you do some wild stuff too, just on a in a different way and without the visuals. um, I know that when they finally release the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress, I am probably going to be playing a lot of that. It's probably going to eat my life. So I guess if I want to get back into Oni again, I should get into it soon before that happens, since they're thinking they say they might be releasing Dwarf Fortress on Steam in Q3 of this year. So I think that's fall, like August, September, something. I don't know. Yeah, everybody is very unhappy because they don't have a warm place to sleep and all that. Dwarf Fortress. I have to quote another Dwarf Fortress player that I've watched stream, in that it is a very good, robust game, but it's a game where the user interface is actively hostile to the user. um, the base ASCII version of Dwarf Fortress is very, very hard to get the hang of, in my opinion. I got to playing it. I watched a tutorial or two and learned how to play it, and I played it obsessively for a few months. And then I needed to take a break from it because that's how I always play games, is I obsess over a game for a while and then I burn myself out and I need a break. Yeah, it's wild. It's well, because there's really no mouse interface in the free-to-play original Dwarf Fortress. It is all keyboard all the time, baby, which means that, first you have to hit this key to open up this menu, and then you have to cycle through that menu with this other key, and then you hit this key to hit this other option, and then you do this other option by hitting this key while you're in this menu. And a lot of the time, the keys are not what you would think is intuitive in terms of, well, what you want starts with this letter, so surely you push this letter. It doesn't work like that. But yeah, it's all keyboard hotkey all the time, and there are hundreds and hundreds of hotkey combinations and hotkeys and menu options, and it's wild. Yes, exactly, and it is a super old school game. I mean, I think the original Dwarf Fortress is like 20-something years old, more than that at this point. I am not the kind of fan who keeps track of like factoids like that, so I'm not sure. But the Tarn brothers have been working on Dwarf Fortress forever. Yeah, it is. Actually, I've made myself curious, so I'm gonna pop over here and. Okay, Dwarf Fortress is 16 years old. It's been in development since 2002. So it's almost 20. And it is another, I mean, it's literally a 2-dev team. It's a pair of brothers that do it. The Adams, Tarn and something Adams, I think. Again, I can't remember all their names. There's only 2 of them and I can't remember their names. But yeah, they have been doing it for 16 years, completely free to play, only taking donations in order to development. It is an incredibly complex and robust game. It's just very hard to learn. But they've been having some health and other financial issues, so they got with someone to do more sprite-like graphics for them. And basically a Steam version has been in the works for the last several years too, which will not be free to play. You will have to actually, pay an upfront price to play the Steam version, but I am all for that. It will have a more conventional user interface and some other stuff like that, and also more conventional graphics. I mean, like, the fans for Dwarf Fortress have made some very nice tile sets for graphics and stuff. But it is literally one of those games where if you want to install any kind of mod or tile set, you have to open up the INI file and you have to edit the INI file. Yeah, there's not a lot to see. They've done some, there's a few sort of teasers and stuff. It's not out yet. But yeah, that's why I couldn't get really into Dwarf Fortress, is because I've reached the age and the complacency level where I don't want to have to edit INI files and figure out all of the keyboard menu and old school command lines. But basically, Dwarf Fortress really inspired RimWorld. So Dwarf Fortress is just above and beyond RimWorld in terms of the story-driven complexity thing going on. And Dwarf Fortress is pretty much all random all the time for Storyteller. So, good luck with that. I'm gonna make that kind of an urgent job. I want you guys to get into that so I can move the food. I want to move that food stockpile, please. Like in RimWorld, if you dig into a mountain, it gives you a nice cool storage space. So long as you don't destroy the mountain roof, which you can do in this game, unlike in RimWorld. Okay. I'm going to pop back over to my regular game for a bit. Whoops. Oh no. We had our first old age death. Time to bury him. I'm not sure if I like the fact that they we'll remove the clothes and plaid and stuff to have them, rejoin the wardrobe of the rest of the group, or if I'd rather that they be buried with the person. Although she's almost a senior, so I don't think that that's likely. Mm, yeah. New baby. uh, Todd. And you will be Dodd's bed. Well, everyone's gonna wake up cranky because they slept cold. Everyone's gonna wake up cranky from sleeping in the cold. What do we got? Okay. Whoop. We got a lot of deaths happening all of a sudden. Everybody's just getting old. Let's see. What do we got? What do we got? Buildings, floors. I wanted to. That's right. They added bonuses to mulch. Okay, so mulch paths are considered pretty outdoors, whereas gravel paths are zeros. Andrew, what are your skills? Oh, you do not like mining, so actually that's yeah, I'm not gonna make you ever do any mining, dude. Um, oh, yep, you can come on in, you can come on in. Um, actually want you over that. Oh, you don't need to have the music on to hear the flute, because I just heard the flute. Hey, baby. Amelia, you have access to that, and that is your bed. There we go. All right. Um, okay. Oh, we got us a trader. I don't really need the stones, but, you know, we'll just gather a few more anyway. Maybe I can sell them. Another guest. Yeah, come on in. Come on in. You just have to zoom way in to hear them playing the flute and doing that sort of thing. Um, I called this episode Growth, but so far we've actually lost as many members as we've gained. This is the circle of life, or whatever. Um, I think once they have their breakfast and stuff, I'm going to go ahead and send the workers home. It's fall 8. We'll let them get home before winter. Presumably. Okay, what do you got? Okay. Yeah, if you want me, I can switch back, but I figured you were going to be tied up for a while. um, but you can see the difference between that starting group and then what I've got going on here. Um, I'm happy to flip back if you want to watch the hard grind again. Um, but like you can see that like in that group I barely had yeah, it's a pretty good game. I mean, it has a lot of growing to do, but I think you get your money's worth out of it at this point. Um, But like, I really like how I've got the clan house set up here, where I've got like the room for all of the single people and the kids. And then I've got so far one bedroom for each of the married couples. Although at this point we had a couple of our seniors died, so we now have some married couples that are now widows instead. Um, but we had two people die and we had two people born. Mackenzie's almost an adult. Henriette is almost an adult. Yeah, the color palettes are really nice. The way the trees go to the nice orange in the fall, and in the spring the trees all get very pink. They get like little pink blossoms and stuff on them. The graphics are a nice mix of simple and yet kind of complex, you know? They're super simple, but there's a prettiness to them. Yeah. Yeah, the colors in this game are really pretty rich, but they're not overly bright. You watch anything that has an open flame, like a torch or a fireplace, you'll see it occasionally throws off embers, which is the space in the area that you've got to keep clear of things, or else fires will start. I know in the very early versions of this game that he gave keys to players to play before the demo even came out on Steam. Fire was a huge problem, but he kind of toned it down a little bit. Yeah, we're not making any more of that. No, I didn't want to do that. I did not want to do that. I wanted to turn off the auto bros. Just so I can get rid of that notice that I don't have enough wheat flour. The one thing I do find difficult, well, two things I find difficult in this game is in the cold weather and in winter, keeping places warm takes a lot of fireplaces. Especially to keep it warm enough that your people are happy sleeping and stuff. Like you can see, I had to have 4 fireplaces in this one big building, and in the kitchen there's 3 fireplaces, and in this little bedroom there's another fireplace, and in the big workshop area there's 2 fireplaces. There's 2 fireplaces in the weaving workshop, which I might as well start opening up here. Oh yeah, lots of wood cutting. Um, Wood gathering at first you really are just like gathering branches, but once you get to the point where you can, well, it depends on the map you've got. If the map you've got does not have a lot of trees, you're going to have to be a lot more careful about, cutting them down. But it does take a while for branches to grow back after you gather them. So once you have the ability to build a timbery and like cut firewood, chop firewood out of logs, it's actually a lot more efficient to just plant trees every spring, cut down, like 1,000, cut down enough trees that you have a big supply of logs for the winter, and then just chop those into firewood instead of doing the hand-to-hand gathering. You just get a whole lot more wood faster that way. And especially until you get warm clothes for winter, you have to be careful. One of my tips is when you've got a clan, at least one that has, like if you start with the basic start where you've got several adults. Yeah, exactly. What I suggest doing is if you're gathering branches or cutting down trees, start further away from your home in warm weather, because once the weather gets really cold, if you need emergency wood, they're not going to walk very far to get it, because they'll walk to a certain point, they'll get too cold, and they'll have to turn around and go back in. So you want to make sure that for winter, you've got a lot of close by wood to go after in case you have an emergency. Making food for winter and keeping a good stockpile of food gets easier once you unlock the mushroom racks and the meat smokers. Until you get these things unlocked, it's really a struggle to keep food, keep enough food for anything. But like right now, I have more food than I ever need, so I can sell some of it off just because I'm smoking so much of it and drying so many mushrooms. You can very easily in this game assign doors so that only certain people can go in them, assign beds and other objects so only certain people can use them. Well, not the tool racks, but like beds you can assign, bathtubs you can assign so that only specific people can use certain things. Oh yes, they will decay faster outside, and food will decay even inside, unless it's in a frozen area. You can make a bit of a freezer for a while by getting water jugs to freeze outside and then bringing the ice jugs into your cooler room. And it works better if it's in the mountain and if it's never had the roof destroyed. Because at one point I destroyed the roof here, the natural roof, and now it's got a fake roof. It's got a man-made roof, I should say. You can see here I had to replace the roof with this stone roof here and there. Because of that, this area doesn't stay as cold as it otherwise would. And so I've never been able to make a freezer in this game that lasts all the way through the summer. But if you do it right, unless he's changed things, if you do it right, I have seen some people stock up the ice jugs in a room that they dug into a mountain, and it stays basically year-round frozen to preserve food. Non-food stuff, basically, it's fine as long as it's indoors and not getting rained on and stuff like that. And you know, and of course there are some things like rocks. Rocks will never decay because they're rocks. Tools decay as you use them and wear them. Clothing decays as you wear it, and if it's outside, laying on the ground. All your straw and hay will decay if it's left sitting too long. One of my mild complaints about this game is animal beds. I've got them all on super high priority because the animal beds do decay very quickly, and then the animals won't go in if there's no bed for them, and the chickens won't lay eggs and stuff if there's no bed. So it's a little bit of an annoyance, but I do try to keep so I can have a lot of people gathering hay in the summer or in the autumn. Yep. I mean, they'll survive without beds, but they'll be unhappy, and so if they're unhappy, they will not breed. And the chickens will not lay eggs unless they've got a spot to lay them in. And one thing you have to watch for is in winter, all of the lakes will freeze. So eventually when winter happens, it's a few days into winter, but at some point in winter, you will no longer be able to get the animals and you will no longer be able to get water out of the lakes. So you either have to have a well dug by then, or you have to have a lot of jugs of stored water ready. And for the animals, they'll use the jugs to water the animals, or you can build the troughs once you've unlocked them. Winter is the enemy in this game, basically. It's winter is very rough. It gets extremely, extremely cold. Now, animals do generate body heat, so as long as you've got enough of them packed into a building, the water won't necessarily freeze. And in fact, like, when I first started this clan, basically, what there was this was the mountain here. A chunk of this was mountain. And I built this one big room for my clan folk to actually sleep in, and it had their beds and the basic fire and all that kind of stuff. And then I built on this barn that was at that point the mountain was like all the way out to here, so only like this was the barn. And there is this straw curtain so that while the bigger animals wouldn't be able to wander into the living area, heat would transfer very easily. So it helped keep everyone a little warmer because the body heat of the animals and the fire heat from in here kind of mixed together. But then, you know, eventually I made everything bigger and I needed more fireplaces and all that kind of thing. And then I built on this room for my clan folk, and then in another year, I built this big building. So it really is, it is not the fastest build in the world to build up your clan. He's just selling ingots. Oh, I want that wool, actually. I really want that wool. I don't really care about anything else, but I wanted that wool. No, you can totally mix them right on in, and that will keep things even warmer. I do not tend to do that so much because yeah, you can absolutely do that. It just does mean that the animals will poop everywhere. And your people will have to be able to, you'll have to clean up the poop regularly so that your people are not unhappy because their bedroom stinks like chicken shit, basically. But you absolutely can, and I have had previous attempts at playing it, where I have started out with like the chickens or the sheep just sleeping right in the same room as my people. I'm just prissy. I'm just very, very neatnik compared to that. Get that. But oh, the game gives you helpful icons. Like you can see while it's raining, there's this little icon on the bread of the water drop. That means this is something that decays faster if it gets wet. The fertilizer decays faster if it gets wet, but the fertilizer is so easy to make, and I've got so much of it, I don't really care if it decays. So I'm just kind of shrugging that off. But like bread and meat and stuff like that, you want to get inside fast. Grains. This is currently the last day of fall. Winter will start tomorrow in this game. And in the winter, it takes a couple of days, but all of the outside grass and grains, all of this stuff will absolutely shrivel up and disappear. In the wintertime, your only source of food, other than what you already have stockpiled, is to hunt rabbits. With this clan, I started with a lot of livestock, so I also had the option of just slaughtering some livestock if I started to get too hungry, and I did do that, actually. I wound up, it wasn't until I already starved poor Christopher to death. He was just a kid, and I put off slaughtering any of the animals that first winter until he starved to death, because I was trying to save them for breeding in spring, but yeah. You know, you and Matthew, you do not have a kid happening yet. Where's Matthew? You two take a day off, or a couple of days off. If you want them to have babies and stuff, it helps to give them a day off, or a couple of days off, so that they get their mood up. Basically, nothing in this game will make babies unless they're happy. Your chickens won't lay eggs unless they're happy. Your livestock won't have kids and calves and stuff like that unless they're happy. And your humans also will not make woohoo unless they're happy. Which, you'd think them making woohoo would make them happy, but, what do I know? Maybe it's bad woohoo. Maybe they just don't know what they're doing in the bedroom. And God, I played The Sims way too much that I'm just automatically calling it woohoo. How much wood ash do I need? Why do I not have wood ash? Flax dressing. Okay, well, maybe I will make it so that we have 30 wood ash at all time. You can, in fact, do that. The problem with doing that is it's even harder to heat the rooms. You have to put, unless you destroy the natural roof and you put a hay roof up, you know, or something, you will have to build even more fireplaces and campfires and stuff to keep people warm, or have more animals and people crammed into one spot. But yeah, I've seen a lot of people do just dig out a mountain and have like a troglodyte clan. Troglodyte not used in a demeaning word there. That's just actually the term for people that live in caves or in mountains like that. I think there's like entire towns in Spain and a few other countries that are basically carved into hills. Do you have any of those towns? I know in Italy there's another one, or either France or Italy. There's also, or I think France or Italy, or maybe it's Spain too, where like wine cellars and stuff are dug into the mountain like that. And then I do know, of course, that in Missouri, here in the United States, there's the cheese caves, where they've basically dug into the rock like enormous cavernous rooms to hold like billions of pounds of cheese. Kraft owns most of it now. It used to be the government facility, but they sold it to Kraft. Yeah, because of the way, you know, it kept things cool throughout history, a lot of people and places dug into caves. There's that entire town, that opal mining town in Australia is another one. Can't remember the name of it. Always wanted to visit it when I was a kid. I thought it was just the coolest thing. I've seen a few very, very expensive mansions here in the US, in the Southwest, where they've built them into the sides of mountains or into caverns too. This game is nice. It does have the auto, you know, like you can set a lot of the things to automatically always, you know, make sure that you always keep a stock of stuff. Like I always want a stock of 600 branches, so they'll chop trees until I have 600 branches when they've got time, if branches fall below that number. Better safe than sorry. Cold enough outside that some jug are in. Oh no, it's in here. It's already cold enough that the water jugs have been freezing. So as the water jugs all freeze in here, it'll make the room even colder, and then more of them will freeze, and it creates quite a good scenario for keeping everything fresh throughout winter and well into summer. I think the water is frozen over at this point, or it almost is. You can still, they do ice fishing apparently, because they still can fish in the wintertime. But you can no longer catch eels in the wintertime. And as you can see, what grass there is, it's getting shorter and smaller, so you'll get less and less from it from harvesting it until there's none. Yeah, the lighting is pretty good in this game. The barns you don't have to keep too warm. You just want to try and keep it warm enough that the water doesn't freeze. The humans like things to, like, ideally for winter you want to keep rooms for the, at least where the humans sleep, you want to keep it up to like 60 something degrees Fahrenheit. But I don't always manage. I mean, with these 4 fireplaces, I use Fahrenheit because that's what I'm used to, but you know, with 4 fireplaces, it's already only 59 in this room. So it's kind of like my house, actually, in terms of not staying heated very well. Oh, we got guests. Yep, come on in, don't freeze. The guests do, of course, pay for your hospitality if they've enjoyed it. Early in the game, if you're too early in the game and you start accepting guests and they're like sleeping on the ground and it's cold and it's wet and they're not getting a lot of, they don't get good food and they can't go to the bathroom except in a poop hole and stuff like that, they won't necessarily pay, and they'll go home and they'll get a bad reputation with their clan for being basically a shitty hotel. But once you get things going to where everyone's comfortable, it's a good way of making some income. A bit of hydration here. Aw, my kitty is sleeping and he's so cute. Yeah. Look at his paws. Look at the void's beams. What you up to, Void? What you up to, Void? Yeah, I disturbed you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, buddy. I know I woke you up. I was rude. I can't resist cat cam. I love my kitties and I love showing them off. So I always have cat cam running. There's just not always a cat in the picture. A regular occurrence, if you watch a lot of my videos, is you'll hear me yelling at a cat, or not necessarily yelling, but you'll hear me basically going, ow, ow, fuck, stop, please stop, please stop. And it's because there's a cat attacking my legs trying to get my attention. And I don't have a camera angled to show them attacking my legs. So you just get to hear the aftermath on mic. But other times you can actually watch them wrestle and play and stuff in the background, depending on what they're up to and where I've got the camera pointed. That black kitty, the Void, he likes to play with my orange cat, Frumpkin. And especially when I'm streaming early in the morning or late into the evening, I'll be able to catch them playing on camera. Okay, but yeah, you can see now the water is frozen solid. So, absolutely have to get by. I have wells, so that's cool. I can get well water all through winter. If you get your first winter without having gotten a well built yet, then you are completely reliant on the jugs of water and thawing out the jugs of water at the fireplace. Oh, I need bark to make wood ash. Oh, okay. Um, can I actively make bark? I can't actively make bark though. You only get bark by making planks. Ooh, that's tricky. Okay, okay, that's pretty tricky. Hmm. Vegetarian colony would be really difficult with this because literally the only vegetarian food, the only non-animal food in this game is oats. So that would be extremely hard. Um, Oats are the only vegan thing you even get in this game to eat. Also, if you can't use animals for anything, you're gonna be free. You're not gonna have clothing to go outside in the winter in, because you at least need wool for that, if not furs. Um, so yeah, that would basically be doing this game on deity difficulty. Yeah, if he updates the game with more veggies and stuff. Yeah. If he updates the game so there's more like vegetables and stuff and not just, or also if he updates the game, there are berries, but there's no way of preserving the berries yet. So if he updates the game so that you can dry out berries or make jams and stuff out of berries to preserve them, then berries would be a much more useful food. Um, Currently, you can't do anything but eat the berries raw, and they spoil super fast. So if you harvest a lot of berries, it's basically, they're gone in a flash. I planted a lot of berry bushes near my house for emergencies in the summer and autumn, but you do not, or spring and summer. Yeah, spring and summer I think is berries. I am hoping that a little bit more food variety is added. Um, I'm a huge sucker for, like, I love having apiaries in game and having beekeeping. So like if they added bees and honey, I would absolutely love that always in a game. Um, I would like some garden vegetable type stuff. I'm not sure. I don't really know what sort of vegetables or roots or things were native to Iron Age Scotland. I would have to Google that. Right. Okay. I did a. Yeah, the ancient Scots mostly ate starchy and meats and stuff, so it was mostly grains and meat. Apparently, Swedes, which I think are turnips, are that chives, and it says curly kale. Yeah, there's a type of turnip called a neep, is what they call it in Scotland. Cabbage, I guess. I don't know because these lists are also saying potato, but I know potato was not native to Scotland because potatoes came from South America. So, so Iron Age Scotland would, I guess, be things like kale or something like that, and maybe acorns and nuts. And does Scotland have cattail type stuff with cattail roots? Cattails are really American, I think, or native or North American. So yeah, I think I have no idea what kind of actual vegetables grew in Scotland in the Iron Age. The quick search did not bring me up a good answer for that. Quick search gave me potatoes, like I said, which is like, no, they did not have potatoes in the Iron Age in Scotland. What are you smoking, Google? Yeah, there was probably some kind of root. Um, my brain said haddock, but haddock is a kind of fish. But I know, I mean, turnips might have actually been something already there. Um, or beets or something like that. Yeah, maybe parsnips. I mean, I know by Iron Age there was a lot of trading with mainland Europe already, or not maybe a lot of trading, but there was trading with mainland Europe where you'd get seeds and stuff and roots and things. So that sort of thing would have spread. There might have been a kind of wild carrot or wild onion, or even regular onion. That reminds me, I haven't had parsnips in a while. I should get some when they're in season. Okay, Anne, have you... Wow, they have still not, they're not having an... Oh, here we go. Oh no, she's just taking care of a baby, I was gonna say. Um, Anne just doesn't want to have another kid, and I mean, you know, I don't blame her, no power, you know, more power to her. Elspeth's gonna die pretty soon. Um, let's go ahead and open up the job board. Let's get some gerbs. Some jorbs. Yeah, basically. Um, oh, guest, come on in. I mean, they gotta grow up a little bit to start working, but yes, we are trying. I want to grow this. I mean, if I keep playing this clan, and I'm getting to the point where maybe I'm gonna start waiting until there's another big update to pull this particular clan out, just because they are already, you know, um, just kind of going without anything new happening. But I'd like to see how big of a clan I can actually make and keep and have survive. You know, before it just gets ridiculous and either bogs down my computer system or otherwise causes problems. I haven't actually suggested it to the dev yet. You know, written a suggestion form, but I would like there to be like a rare event where like orphans will come to your clan looking for shelter or looking to be let in, that sort of thing. Because I personally would also like to see same-sex couples as a thing. Me being me and me liking representation and stuff like that. And it does kind of annoy me that the literal only way to grow your clan right now is having babies and then marrying those babies off in a heterosexual manner to someone of the opposite gender. And it's like, let's have a little more variety than that, please. Give you chances to adopt orphans and do stuff like that. I don't, you know, again, I don't know how complex, how much that would add to the code to try doing that sort of thing. Got us another merchant. Get some more wool. I like that. I'm gonna get some more nails just for giggles. We don't really need them, but what's up, Frumpkin? I heard you meow. Yeah, I mean, there should also be some events like that, too, at some point. Herd of wild goats or herd of deer come and eat everything. Or try to eat everything and you've got to hunt them in a hurry. She really is. She's like, I've had 2 kids. I don't want any more. Screw you. I'm not gonna get preggers again. They've had like 3 days off so far. Oh, do I need to maybe oh. Do I need to actually I need to actually set a bed for them is what I need to do. That's what I forgot to do. They very specifically want a bed that is their personal private bed and not shared in any way. But yeah, I mean, I'm hoping there will be things like heat waves and droughts and cold snaps and, you know, weather effects, hailstorms, fires started by lightning instead of, right now the only fires will happen because you set them, but like wildfires set by lightning would be a nice thing to have. Yeah, I mean, that sort of thing would be nice. I also would not mind, you know, the occasional like bear attack or something like that. I do know that I really don't want this game to wind up having actual enemy raids and stuff. That would not be my preference for this game. There's been a few other games that I've played to just have a chill time. Unfortunately, all of them let you turn raids off. But like End Zone or World Apart, I really like that game, but it's like I don't play it wanting to deal with bandit raids and raiders and stuff. I really don't. I just want to decontaminate my crops and try to survive the weather. I don't really want the violence in that game. So whenever I play it, I keep raids turned off just since they added them because it's just like I didn't ask for this. Um, yeah. Um, I know the new hotness right now that a lot of streamers who do colony management games is there's one many got keys for called oh God, now I can't remember the name of it. Something Frontier. What is it? What is it? What is it? I actually have it wishlisted though. I'm not completely sold on it yet. Farthest Frontier. is a game that a lot of people are playing right now. That, well, when I say a lot of people, I mean a lot of the big streamers that actually got keys for it, which I definitely am not. And one of the things that I don't really care for about it is it does have raids, although it does let you turn them completely off, so that negates my not caring for it. What just happened? Oh, some of my animals are out of food. Some of my animals are out of food. Who is out of food? Let's make sure we keep all critters fed. Honestly, if you two don't do it tonight, I'm going to have to just take you off day off because we can't afford to have this many days off, people. Yeah, I am not good at dealing with raids in RimWorld. I mean, it's a case of if I get around to being able to build a kill box and stuff, I do okay, but a lot of the time I get my colony killed before I really build any defenses, because I'm very slow to defend. I do really like RimWorld though. It is one of my favorite games. I've put way too many hours into it. You baby! You can use this door, and this is your bed. And I have a RimWorld scenario that I was streaming, and I need to get back to streaming because it was very fun. As well as there's the Blind Wardens, which is the one that was just recorded and edited. Yeah. I actually, if you look at my channel, there is a playlist called A Kinder, Gentler RimWorld, or Summer Clanfolk of the Rim. That one I started when I was waiting for this game to come out, and I literally turned off a lot of the violent incidents that can just happen. I turned off enemy raids and mechanoid clusters and stuff like that so that you would actually need to take a quest for any of that kind of violence to happen. And it was supposed to just be, you know, I was hoping that I would get more like heat waves and cold snaps and droughts and toxic fallout and all that kind of thing. And I did not turn off insect infestations. And even in that kinder, gentler game, first I lost a lot of people just to animals, predators attacking them while they were out doing their thing. And then I lost one or two going out on caravan quests, like I tried opening an ancient vault. That didn't go so well. But then the end came for that clan because I made a firebomb and I thought I was going to be a smart ass, and go to where there was a big insect infestation happening in some caves that were across the river from my colony. I forgot that, like, all of the insects would start chasing my people. I remembered that, and I was like, okay, they'll all catch fire. But I was a dumbass, and I did it on a day that was raining. So, yeah, there were hundreds of insects that basically chased my firebomber and did not catch fire. And it was a knockdown, drag-out, kill box fight until just basically my people started dropping. one of the shorts is the end of it, where the final survivor just starts firebombing again. Yeah, I was a dumbass. That loss was entirely me being a dumbass and my fault. I thought I was being a smartass, but no, I was being a dumbass. Um, I just want to make sure. What do I have hayseed set on? Well, always 200. Whoops. I have a cat attacking my butt. Hello, Solus. Um. Okay, A Peaceful Game, or some Clanfolk of the Rim was the name of that one. And then the other long running stream that is still ongoing, I just haven't played it in a while, is the Raiding Sea Cult of Orgnum, which are basically, it's modded. All of my RimWorld games are heavily modded, but that one is it's all monks from a RimWorld of Magic. Pretty much. It's pretty much all monks in my colony, and a lot of the percentage of NPCs in the world are also monks, and it's just a whole lot of punching. Continuous punching. It's very fun. They are lawful evil monks, so they do raiding and they partake in some cannibalism and stuff like that, but oh, lots of punching. It's actually, that stream is currently on the second colony attempt of it, because the first, one of the first ones I set up died very quickly because they were starving, so I had them go out and attack some muffalo. And of course, when you attack one muffalo, sometimes all of the muffalo attack. So it was my two members who were not basically in comas, just fighting off an entire herd of muffalo. And they actually succeeded at fighting off all of the muffalo, and they killed the entire herd of muffalo. And then one of them had a mental break because they were so hungry that they went catatonic anyway, before any of the muffalo could be eaten. And then the other one went berserk from a mental break due to being hungry and injured, and basically went around just, punching everything else on the map until finally they were taken out after killing almost everything on the map. It was like a herd of netches took them out finally. It was a hilarious start. I then started a stream called Stupid RimWorld Tricks Volume 1, and that one, I'm debating whether I want to do another stream of it or if I want to do a recording of it, but I'm trying to set up the perfect stupid meme game involving an all-monk game again, but where when things die, they explode. My first try doing that, I made things too hard, and it wasn't fun because basically the minute they killed one thing, everything on the map died because it blew up in such a big radius. And then the second go, I did a bit tweaking the settings a little. I made it too easy, and now nobody dies because of the explosions. So it's still not quite what I want and what I was aiming for. So yeah, I'm kind of like, I think I need to tweak it again, but I don't know whether I should tweak it live or if I should just record it. Well, exactly. Yeah, I have played lawful evil monks before. They can also be secular order, but yeah. Um, I have played evil monks before, and of course, you know, there are evil orders of monks in D&D game modules that will attack your characters too. I think it was my first time making an evil monk was, I think, Baldur's Gate. Or Baldur's Gate. It was Baldur's Gate, but it was once they had added some content to it or something like that, I think. Or maybe it was Baldur's Gate 2. But I made an evil monk to romance the half-orc Death Knight with. Way back in the day. Well, yeah, I mean, the original rules for D&D was they had to be lawful good. I know that in 5th edition, they have changed things, I think, so now there's like a champion class that is like Paladin, but it's for deities that don't need you to be lawful. Or lawful good. So, I haven't really seen that in play, but I at least have heard that that is now a thing. Right, that's now what the new champion class, I think, is. It's basically that. Yeah, I'll hire you for a bit. I need someone to work. Um, Yeah, I have not actually played a whole lot of D&D 5e. I've mostly just I played a little bit of it with a local DM, but that game group preferred Pathfinder. So I've played a lot more Pathfinder over the years than D&D of any stripe. Yeah, I played a little 5e with that person, but I didn't experiment with that. I was playing just a Hexblade Warlock that I was going to dual class into a type of sorcerer, but the game ended before I got her to that point, unfortunately. Yeah. The new D&D movie that's coming up next year looks fun as heck, though. I'm actually looking forward to it. They might actually have gotten it right this time. Yeah. I admit I'm not usually a heavy role player, but then again, I've usually played in groups that aren't hugely heavy role play. Um, at least not in recent years. In recent, I think in the past we did a little more role play in some past groups I had. Because, like, I know that I tried doing more role play when I had that one character that I loved so much that was such short-lived. Oh God, I wish I'd gotten to play him more. That game fell through though. Um, I like kind of a mix of a bit of role play and a bit of just your dungeon smashy. Although it also depends on how well I get along with the other people playing and how well I know them. In terms of I can be a little shy about role playing otherwise. The last D&D game I did, I got one of my best friends. It was an online game, and one of my best friends joined me. And so the two of us did a lot of, we started doing a lot of role playing together because, you know, we know how to play with each other, basically. And we were playing a set of twins, so that was fun. But I need to get in a new group, a new online group or something somewhere. I need to play more D&D or Pathfinder or whatever. I miss it. Local group kind of fell apart, and I would like to find a new group where I have more in common with the other players. The local group that was my most recent group, they were all really good guys, and I don't want anyone to hear this, or if they overhear this, if they ever tune in, I don't want them to think I'm just talking shit. But it is true that we didn't have a lot in common besides liking to play. So we really didn't have a lot to talk about other than the game itself. I mean, we all liked comic books, but we liked different comic books, and yeah, it's I would definitely like to be in another group where there's a few more queer players besides me. It kind of makes things feel a little less awkward sometimes, because you're never sure if it's going to be okay if you play a character a certain way otherwise. Although, I mean, this last group, they were pretty cool with all that, but I miss my old groups where we didn't just play D&D together, we also watched anime together, and did other stuff together, and hung out more, and stuff like that, and that's the kind of group I'd like to get back into. Maybe play other games together. Like online games together or something. It is. I tried DMing a bit myself. I first tried DMing back when I first started playing. I tried DMing some GURPS for the group that I was first in. And that was back when I was like only 17 or so. And let me tell you, it did not help that my friends tried trolling me. They deliberately did some really wacky things in the campaign to just give me a headache, and it kind of made me just freak out and not want to deal with it so much. It's difficult. It was funny and I liked it in a way, but it was also difficult. I was only 17 and I had never DM'd before, and so I wasn't quite ready to go completely off the rails, and they tried taking me completely off the rails. I made up the game world. Because it was GURPS, I made up my own fantasy races for it. Was doing my best. Oops, I didn't hire them fast enough. They left. Okay. But they just were like, let's make this very, very difficult. I do not need this many chickens. Basically, it's like I had set out. Yeah, and I mean, this is how off the rails they took it, and they were doing it just to be pains in my ass and to be wacky and stuff and to be silly. But, I was 17 or so, and 17 or 18. It was my first game. I was basing it a lot off the Elder Scrolls games and stuff in terms of how it would start and that. And basically, I had an adventurers guild. there were a bunch of guilds. There was like an adventurers guild, there was a thieves guild, there were all sorts of guilds that you could eventually switch out and join, but they all started basically as adventurers. And the first quest that was going to lead into a bunch of other quests and adventures on the way to the quest, and that was basically a FedEx quest. It literally just was take this package to a merchant house in another city. And like I tried to cover all of the bases on how they would go from point A where they were to point B, the next city. And there was like a river that they could take passage on a boat down. You know, like they could just be passengers on some sort of barge or riverboat or whatever to go down to the city through the river by river. They could go to the actual coast and go along the coast to the other city in another ship. They could just take one of two roads that would eventually get them to the other city. And I had outlined and ideas for different kind of encounters they might have depending on which route they took and how that might branch off the adventure, and I had all these plans. And you know what those motherfuckers did? I had the headwaters of a different branch of the river starting in a forest to like the west of the city or something. And these guys were like, okay, we're gonna learn how to build a boat. And we're gonna like walk through the forest to the headwaters of the river, which they knew nothing about. It might have all been rapids or something. I don't, you know, you can't necessarily start sailing right from the headwaters of a river. But they were like, okay, because it's closer than where you can get to the river. Otherwise, we're going to go into the forest. We're going to chop down trees in the forest. We're going to make our own boat. And then we're going to sail our own boat instead of hiring a boat all the way down to the other city. And it's like, you guys, do any of you have the crafting skills where you would know how to make a boat? And they're like, no, we'll just ask someone down at the docks here how to make a boat. And I was like, okay. And they're like, well, we'll have them write a book on how to make a boat. And I'm like, all of you guys are illiterate. It'll be a picture book. That's the level of fuckery that they threw at me when I was 17. They were all a lot older than me too, pretty much. The ones doing the biggest stuff of it. Yeah, no, I know. They were gonna go like a shipbuilders or something. They were gonna go write us a picture book on how to make a boat that can go down the river. And then us dumbasses who have never built a boat in our lives are going to build a boat. And then us dumbasses who have never piloted a boat in our entire lives are going to sail the boat down this river that we know nothing about in terms of where it's safe to sail and where there are rapids and shit. And that was like that was the entire first campaign, was them basically going around, first day of the campaign was them basically going around trying to get someone who could, in one day, write them a freaking picture book illustrating how to build a boat. And I don't know, I just kind of gave up at the time being for that. That was my first attempt at DMing. Yeah, I know, right? I did do a little bit of DMing for World of Darkness over time. That went a little bit better. Not often. I was one of the storytellers for the LARP. We started a LARP club in the town that we were in the college town that I was going to college in. This gaming group and we started a LARP club. So I did live action roleplay, storytelling a little bit. Not a whole lot. I mostly played. And then when I lived closer to some cousins and stuff of mine, I ran a few like little one-shot Vampire the Masquerade games for my cousins. And that was pretty much it for me for storytelling. Oh. Archibald has joined the family. Do you have a partner? Oh, you married Henriette. Okay, okay. Um, okay, that bed is now Archibald and Henriette's. And Henriette no longer has that bed. Okay. Um, and then now I did start trying to set myself up. Yeah, I did start setting myself up for now the local game. When COVID hit, we switched to doing online gaming. And the DM used the Unity, or no, Fantasy Grounds Unity was the the program that we used to play online, and I really liked it. So when I got my first, I was really dumb because I really should have spent it on other things, but I mean, like paying out my credit card. But when I got my first COVID stimulus thing, I spent a part of it getting the license fee to get the Fantasy Grounds Unity and to get the various core books to run Pathfinder Pathfinder First Edition. And I really intended to start gaming, but basically I started reading stuff and I started trying to learn how to use the DM tools, and I freaked out and I quit. I gave up because it just was way more complicated than I wanted. So that was a waste of several $100s. But I have it for if I ever want to try again. I have the first edition Pathfinder core books to use with the Unity thing, and I mean the Fantasy Grounds Unity, and I have the license to play with Fantasy Grounds Unity. I really wanted to even just run dungeon crawls for some of my friends, online dungeon crawls, and I just, yeah, yeah, yeah. In my case, it really was trying to figure out Fantasy Grounds more than the books and the rules for the Pathfinder itself. The Fantasy Grounds seems like a really great program to use for running online games. It honestly does. But it's not cheap, and then also because it can do so many complicated things, it turns out that the back end is really, really fucking complicated. I mean, it is. I could not figure shit out. um, could not figure shit out. So that ended that plan for now, at least. Yeah. I mean, honestly, when we were playing Pathfinder, there's the semi-official wiki page for Pathfinder or wiki site for Pathfinder that it's like the crypt of something or other, and I always went to that for all my information before even opening a book, just because it was easier to search. I've never used D&D Beyond because my DM was using, Fantasy Grounds. That's the first one I encountered, and it seemed so neat that I went ahead and used it. And yeah, it's honestly too complicated. I might have to look into how D&D Beyond is in terms of if it's easier to use. Okay, we are getting to the point where we have too many. I will say one thing I really need this game to get is some sort of animals tab where you can look up your animals, because it is a nightmare trying to find specific animals in this game. Like, absolute nightmare to find specific animals. Yeah. You know, we're gonna just slaughter both billy goats. Yeah, I am the kind of person, I mean, I do not have the know-how to build any kind of tool, really. I have to find them and, you know, download them and use ones that other people have built. Right. Yeah, that would be, though, I mean, to see that, I think that that's built into Fantasy Grounds. I think that is honestly built into Fantasy Grounds. I'm not sure. Um, I think that kind of thing is built into it, which is part of why I liked it, so why I looked into it and I got it. I don't think my DM really used it because my DM, um, I think sometime once or twice the challenge ratings were a little higher than I would have expected, but from a generator that had all the rules plugged in, but I don't know. But yeah, Fantasy Grounds Unity, it's like I recommend it to people that want to DM to just look into it and see if it'll do what they want, especially if they're a little more technologically savvy than I am, and they actually are better at picking stuff up in terms of, you know, how to make software work and do the thing you want it to do. Because I'm just bad at that, and then I'm also bad at absorbing things from like manuals and tutorials. Um, but yeah, there's a lot of stuff that the program can do, and Henriette and Archibald. Okay. Where's Archibald? He's way over here because he's the newest to our thing. Give them days off. Um, yeah. And I mean, I think that's the thing with Fantasy Grounds Unity is if you know Unity, you can also do other stuff that you might not be able to do if you don't know Unity. But it has a whole lot of options that you can do even if you don't know Unity. It's just other things you've got to figure out how to do. But it's definitely Fantasy Grounds is for if you've got some disposable income. Yeah, the only programming, haha, programming, I have ever done was in like fourth grade on some old, on what were even at the time kind of old apples, was programming some kind of a very simple thing where I had bunnies hopping around the screen. And I don't remember if you could even interact with the bunnies or if you got the bunnies to do certain things. I just remember it was bunnies hopping all over the screen. And I remember that I got a bad grade on it because the computer science teacher didn't like the fact that my bunnies didn't really change the direction they were facing when they changed the direction they were hopping. Which I kind of felt at the time for, you know, being a fourth grader who only had like one or two half hour or hour long sessions to try figuring it out and doing the stuff for it, and that I kind of thought that was asking a lot, but you know, Um, I don't fully remember the incident. I just remember thinking that they were asking for a heck of a lot and that they were upset that my bunnies didn't change the direction they were facing when they changed which direction they were hopping. And then the only other even remotely thing I've done is I've made a few mods for back when towns was a thing. I made some mods for towns that were super simple, and I basically just looked into what other mods other people had made and kind of just edited them to specifically have what I wanted. All right. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get myself another soda. And I am back. Oh, we're low on water, huh? Hmm. Yeah, I ran real quick and got myself another Dr. Pepper, which is what I drink instead of coffee. Hmm. Hmm. All right, what do you have? Pretty much nothing. Take these chickens, please. Give me that. Why not? Goodbye. Oh, wait, Archibald, you need permission for that door. Be a little difficult for him to get out of his bedroom if he can't get through the door. We just don't have people. Why do we not have people? There should be plenty of people relighting the fires. Come on, people, relight the fires. Oh, my rooms are too warm. That's kind of funny. I guess let me turn off this fireplace. Do I even need this fire? If the animal body's heat alone is keeping it in the 60s, I don't really need that fire. Maybe I do not need this many fires anymore. Oh yeah, one of the things, if you're wondering why I have this room built like this, it's because people don't like light shining on their beds while they're trying to sleep. And it's kind of funny because they don't want the whole room to be dark all the time, but they also don't want lights on the beds, and they also need it warm. So this way, none of the light from these fireplaces actually hits any of the beds. And I mean, honestly, same. For me, I like a cave if I'm going to bed. I like the room to just be dark. Okay, and finally having a baby. Henriette also finally having a baby. So everyone get back to work. Oh. Oh, it's the first day of spring already. Well then. okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm okay with a little bit of light. I just prefer not to have a little bit of light. I, um, I like it as close. I mean, I like a tiny, tiny bit of light so I can see where I'm going and I don't just stub my toes repeatedly everywhere. But other than that, I am very close to liking blackout. Join the family. Yes, join the family. Katir is now one of the family. She has married Mackenzie. We will give them a honeymoon. Have a honeymoon. You should, oops, yeah, we want you to belong to Katir and Mackenzie. There we go. Pretty soon I'm going to need to make more double bedrooms. What kind of skills have we got here, by the way? Oh man, Archibald is very good at farming. And also, I'm going to move up farming for Katir too. Up, yeah, and that's going to go all the way down. We probably do not ever need you to gather. I'll say that you don't have to haul. I'll tell you, you don't have to clean. Everyone has jobs that they don't like doing. And now that I have so many people, I can actually say, yeah, it's fine. You don't have to do the job you don't like doing. Other than Kristen, who doesn't like doctoring, but I'm keeping that on because apparently, from what someone said, that skill also is how they take care, how well they take care of themselves. So, since I'd like her to, you know, eat and drink when she needs food and rest and stuff and all that kind of thing, it's like, okay. I'm gonna go ahead and axe that billy goat. Axe that billy goat. We have so much money. Let's go ahead and get some more employees. Oh, Captier, you need permission to use the door. Come on in, guest. Come on in, guest. No, your oaks have to be outside. There are no skylights or indoor gardens in this game. Hmm. But I mean, we've had a few people die of old age and everything, but we've gone from what was, I think I had 5 Clanfolk to begin with, maybe 6, but some of them were babies, and now we have like, 15. Katir does not have a very high plaid ratio. They need some plaid. All right, what do I want to sell here? Let's sell a few goats. We're kind of having a goat population explosion here. And I don't really need that many goats. Yep, and we don't have any flax sheep, but that's okay. We're good for flax for a while. Yeah, the fishing will continue in the winter. So they don't show a hole in the ice or that, but it is like they're ice fishing. So in the wintertime, your food sources are basically fish and rabbits and livestock. In terms of things that you can get fresh food from. Sometimes I wonder how things get carried and dropped where they're carried and dropped. Like, why are there iron ingots sitting out here? Why is this plank sitting out here? Why did someone carry them here? It makes no sense. No, yeah, you need a mod for fishing in our world, and in fact, I have that mod because Um, I play very heavily modded RimWorld all the time. Um, right. Yep. Planting soil, soil. Okay, I'm gonna start planning. Cancel. Oh, nope. Wood door, straw curtain, straw curtain. I think this will work. Buildings, need some windows. Whoops, made that room too big. Oops, cancel, build walls. Floor, cancel, build floor. Building, brick, nope, walls, brick walls. Okay, building, other, and then okay. Um, okay, there we go. And then roof, we'll do tile roof. I don't know if one fireplace will be enough to heat this whole thing, but we're going to find out. If not, I'll have to do some editing. Oh, yeah, sure, we'll hire you. We'll hire you and set you for having that bed. Okay, that's 2 hirelings. I think we're done hiring for now. Okay, you don't like doing that, so we're going to go ahead and you don't like doing repairs, so we're going to go ahead and say you don't have to do repairs because we've got dozens of other people that'll do that. Now, the useful thing about building everything with tile and bricks now is basically that we'll have to keep making new tile and bricks, which will make us more wood, ash, and other stuff that's important. Not really upgrade. I mean, already I don't have any wooden buildings. I just have these ones that are partially stone, partially brick with tile floors already. I already upgraded basically everything that needed upgrading. But now I'm building new buildings, and I'm just going ahead and from the start, they're all brick and tile. So that they'll all have the nice, actually, you know what? I don't think I want fancy tile out here. But we were going to just do tile out? No, actually. We'll do a brick floor outside for their patio or porch or whatever you want to call it. I I kind of, when I am first, if I'm not doing a super hard mode run and I've got enough people to do a lot of work at the start, a lot of the time I don't do a whole lot of building other than what's needed to support like some roofing over the cook fires and stuff until I can make bricks. And I definitely always prefer to build out of the stone or the because the other wall types that you have earlier, like you start with the hay wall, which you need a lot of straw to build each wall piece, but you need straw for dozens of other things, so I don't like doing hay walls. The wattle wall, it's quick to build, but it takes branches to build, and you need branches for everything else. And if you're on a map without a lot of trees, you can screw yourself over doing wattle walls, so I don't do those. Daub walls are okay, because they don't take as much straw or branches, but they still take the straw and branches. Log walls, if you've got a lot of trees, it's a really easy way to build, although it's very flammable. But like the big rock wall, if you're living on a map, or if you've got a map where you've got a whole lot of access to rocks, it's like the best. It takes the longest to build, but otherwise it's the best thing in terms of you're not using anything you need for anything else in any major way. And then once you can make bricks, brick walls are, I think, the best ones the best way to go. But the rock and brick walls are great because they're not flammable, so you can put your forge and everything right up against them. Clay is an infinite resource in this game. You don't need to worry about running out of a clay deposit like in some other games. It's just, as long as you've got a shoreline, you can just keep getting more and more clay. So the stone walls and brick walls are like just the easiest ways to do any kind of building in this game, even though they take a while to get to and to do. The game that I was watching Avak play last night in the stream, I don't know how he did because I had to go to bed before he got to the winter. But he had been building with wattle, and like he had denuded almost all the trees near him of branches. And in the wintertime, your people will only go so far out into the cold before they turn around to go back in. So I don't know if he's going to have had enough wood to get through the winter, firewood. Because his people may have, like, gotten to almost to where he had more branches and then turned around and gone back without getting them. So he may have screwed himself over by making wattle walls, basically. Let's see all the pretty spring trees, blooming pink. Which is very fantasy and fictional, since not every tree has pink flowers in the spring, but still, it's very, very pretty. Very cute. But, I mean, this clan has gotten to the point where I don't have to worry about money, and I can just buy stuff and trade stuff and hire workers. Yeah, basically. It doesn't look like that hay was tall enough to actually be harvesting already, but okay. Okay, I'll let it out the rain. Object storage, clothing baskets. I don't really have room in here for a flute rack because of how I built the place. That's annoying. Yeah, I love the variety of storage containers. I like that kind of variety. Yeah, that's why in RimWorld 2 I use a mod to give myself more storage container types. Basically, I play RimWorld with like 230 mods in my game, so it's one of those games where I love the game dearly, but actually I don't really particularly like vanilla game. I always have something else going on. Oh, Kristen just died. Old age. Excuse me, would somebody just bury her, please? Like, seriously? Just, you know. Okay, they didn't even bury her in the grave that I marked as highest priority, but alright. Fair enough. Actually, at this point, we can turn off that fireplace. I think we can turn off all of these fireplaces at this point. Okay, well, thank you for keeping me company, Ricky. And I'll see you around. I should probably go work on dinner for myself, too, actually, and give my voice a rest and, in general, take a break from gaming. But yeah, thanks again for joining me, and I hope you have a good evening, Ricky. And on that note, yep, going to save and sign off for now. Thank you for joining me, whoever's come in on the VOD as well. And, you know, hope you're all having a good day. Take care of yourselves. Remember to be cool, be kind, and I'll see you later. I'll see you later. This is Vulpus Tumultum signing out. Ugh. Sorry. Sorry about that. My voice is just completely